Mom's favorite story.
I miss her.
Me too, Cupcake. May I read it to you? This is the story of the boy,
The mole.
the fox, and the horse. The boy is quite lonely when he comes upon the mole out in the wild. I think the wild is a bit like life, frightening sometimes,
But beautiful. Hello.
Hello,
What are you doing here?
I'm lost.
Oh dear, that's no good. Hello.
Hello, who?
Hello, cake.
What cake?
That cake. It's delicious, spectacular. I mean, it's magnificent.
I don't see a cake.
Oh. It's a tree.
It is a lovely tree. And it did look a bit like a cake.
Well, an old mole once told me, when you're lost, follow the river, and you'll find a home. Perhaps you can see one from one of those branches. And if you happen to see cake while you're up here, ooh, what can you see?
Nothing, really.
Oh. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Kind.
Nothing beats kindness.
It sits quietly behind all things. So much beauty we need to look after.
Whoa!
Whoa! Are you all right?
Yes, totally fine. Just thought we should start looking for a river. Lemon, drizzle, this is quite the hill.
Here. Is this better?
Well, I don't want to be too much trouble.
It's okay.
Well, thank you.
Oh, what's that over there?
I'm scared. It's the wild.
Don't fear it.
Should we?
Good idea.
Imagine how we'd be if we were less afraid.
Most of the moles that I know wish they listen less to their fears and more to their dreams. What do you dream about?
Home.
Home. What's that like?
I don't know. I'm not sure. But I know I need one.
Golly, you look angry.
He's trapped. Please, be careful.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid.
If I weren't caught in this snare, I'd kill you!
If you stay in this snare, you'll die.
You did so well.
One of our greatest freedoms is how we react to things.
It has turned into such a wonderful day. Shall we get going?
Oh, you're rolling. You look like a snowball. A mole ball.
Oh, goodness me!
Watch out for the river. They can be very dangerous.
The water's so pretty!
No. Quickly, grab on.
Help me!
Oh, no. Take my hand. I'm right here. I'm with... Oh, no. The fox. Quickly, grab on. I'm right here. Oh, no.
Help me!
No.
Please!
No. No. Thank you. Oh, the fox is back. Do you think he's coming with us?
I do hope so.
Maybe he's lost too.
Well, I think everyone feels a little lost sometimes. I know I do. I know what a home looks like.
You do?
Yes, it has walls, a roof, a bell above the door, and cakes in every window.
I think that's a cake shop.
Oh, is that not a type of home?
You can't live in a cake shop.
Well, why ever not?
I think that home is somewhere warm and kind, with light.
Oh, hello.
The horse is one of the biggest things they've ever encountered, and also the gentlest.
Hello.
Hello. Have you been here a while?
It feels that way.
Are you lost?
No.
We are, but we have a plan. The snow on the trees looks just like icing.
You're obsessed. Doing nothing with friends is never really doing nothing, is it?
No. Wow. Look at that. I am so small.
Yes, but you make a huge difference.
So, what are we doing?
We are on a quest for cake.
Are you now?
No, not really. We're following the river to find a home.
How far is it?
We don't know.
Well, let's get going then.
How fast can you run?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm a natural athlete, but I did once win a digging competition.
I don't mean you. Whoa! I'm falling. Someone help. Ow. Oh, that really hurt.
You fell, but I've got you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was an accident.
No, it was my fault. I let go. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you don't even know me.
Tears fall for a reason.
They are your strength, not your weakness.
I think you believe in me more than I do.
You'll catch up. Life is difficult, but you are loved.
Life is difficult, but you are loved.
Look at the lights. It looks like a home.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
The fox never really speaks much.
No, but it's lovely he's with us.
To be honest, I feel as if I have nothing interesting to say.
Being honest is always interesting.
What's the bravest thing you've ever said?
Asking for help isn't giving up.
It's refusing to give up. Sometimes I want to say I love you, but I find it difficult.
Do you?
Yes, so I say something like, I'm glad we're all here.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad we're all here.
We're glad you're here too.
And just as they thought they had found their way home,
What was that? That didn't sound good.
Oh, Sally, I don't like this!
The storm will pass!
Oh no! Where are the lights? I don't see them anymore. It seems like we have such a long way to go.
I know, but look at how far we've come.
I just don't think I can do this!
I'm never going to find a home.
You know, sometimes your mind plays tricks on you.
It can tell you you're no good, and it's all hopeless.
But I've learned this.
You are loved and important.
And you bring things to this world that other people can't. So hold on!
life is difficult, but you are loved.
Hello!
Hello?
When the big things in life seem out of control, focus on what you love right under your nose.
You are loved.
Nothing
just
beats
as you
kindness.
are.
Asking for
It
help
sits
isn't
quietly
giving
behind
up,
all
it's
things.
refusing to give up.
Life is difficult.
Life is difficult. Life is difficult.
Always remember, you matter. You are important. And you are loved.
Before we announce the finalists and performance in the round, just want to remind you that Ben Stewart from Speechwire will be live tweeting the results, so you can follow along with the live tweet or let your loved ones at home know that. Also, we are live video streaming right now on the interwebs at NFHS at IHSA TV. I mean, we're really technical savvy here, right? We're live tweeting, live streaming, it's all happening. But right now, we're going to recognize our finalists in performance in the round. We have trophies for the top three, so we're going to ask the top three teams to come up and receive their trophy. But let's recognize the final round in performance in the round. There were 7 finalists. In 7th place in performance in the round, the team from Belleville West. In 6th place in performance in the round, the school from South Holland, Thornwood. Fifth place in performance in the round, Glenbard West. Fourth place in performance in the round, Hinsdale Central. Third place and receiving a trophy, performing Moana, Southland College Prep Charter. Someone needs to go get the trophy in the middle. Third place in performance in the round, Southland College Prep Charter School. Okay, you guys can start heading back. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Your second place performance in the round, performing Like a River, Wheaton, Warrenville South. Yeah, scooch on down. Your tournament runner-up in performance in the round, Wheaton, Warrenville South. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And now the team you just saw performing, the boy, the mole, the fox, and the horse, your state champions, York High School. Now I'd like to introduce to you our tournament manager, Ms. Jan Heiting, to present the Distinguished Coaches Awards.
Thank you. Good evening. I was going to say good afternoon. I guess I would be wrong, huh? It is my honor every year to recognize coaches that have had a long-term service to the IHSA, to speech activities, and to speech and theater across the state. The award that we give tonight is named in honor of a coach, a director, and a good guy who believed that the most important thing was not competition, but to be dedicated to craft and dedicated to students and dedicated to people. I had the privilege of working with John Hires for many years until his untimely death about 22 years ago. That's a long time. It's really crazy. So we decided, in the spirit of his work, to have an award in his name that is a dedicated service award that we give to dedicated individuals who are leaving or going on to another phase of their career in speech and theater. What I'd like to start by doing is inviting our 5 recipients to the stage while I talk a little bit more. So they're all here together, and it makes for a better photo opportunity. So I'd like to invite to the stage from Oak Park River Forest, Pat Cheney. Hold your applause for 1 second, because you're going to get to applaud for them a lot in a second. From Freeport High School, Tim Connors. From Eisenhower and Downers Grove North, Bill Fleming. Come on down, you guys. From Olympia High School, Ed Judlowski. And from Rochelle High School, Lori Pillen. This will be a good time to clap while they walk down here. They will now form a lovely line for a great photo opportunity, the first of many this evening. Now, what do these individuals have in common, other than I've had a lovely time working with them over many years? I've been in tab rooms, I've been at tournaments, I've been at social events, and having you in my life has made me richer as a teacher, as a coach, and as a person. But I'd like to tell you a little bit about all of them. First of all, they have something else in common. While they say they're retiring, none of them are leaving. Retirement means different things to different people, and sometimes it's leaving the classroom or working in a different capacity, but all of these individuals are going to continue to lead and to coach in some capacity, and our community is better for it. So let me introduce you to these individuals, and Mr. Knight has some lovely plaques back here that we will share. Pat Cheney from Oak Park River Forest. Please give her a hand. I've known Pat since we were schoolgirls. As a matter of fact, she went to college with one of my very best friends. And that's true, right? When I think of Pat, I think of a lot of things. One of them involves candy, because she's always bringing delicious candy to me to keep me happy, which I appreciate. But mostly, when I think of Pat, I think of the caregiver. Pat is one of the most caring individuals I have ever met. She thinks of coaching as more than coaching, but giving students an opportunity not only to excel, but to have a home, a place where they can call on their talents, but also on their ability to work together as individuals. It is always a pleasure to work with Pat. It is always a pleasure to watch her work. And it is always a pleasure to grab one of her hugs, because she's one of the best huggers on the planet. Please, a round of applause for Pat Cheney, Oak Park River Forest. The other thing that these individuals have in common is they were all high school competitors. Pat, at her own high school, Oak Park River Forest, where she now works, many of them have never gone very far from where they are today. Our next recipient is Tim Connors from Freeport High School. While Tim competed at Aquin High School, I'm correct, aren't I? Thank you. Okay. I wasn't sure, but I was pretty sure. He has made a home at Freeport High School, where he is not only the voice of the entire school, he is Mr. Pretzel, and to all of us, he is Mr. Tim, a name he gave himself several years ago that we will go with forever. While Tim is leaving the classroom this year, he is not leaving forensics, nor is he leaving any of the programs that he works on at Freeport High School. He will continue to create new and interesting words that we can use, and to bring back old words like shenanigans and malarkey and brouhaha. Tim sends me notes every once in a while with a new word that he's found, and I send them back with pictures, and it's a weird way to communicate with people, but it makes both of us giggle. And so, as I love hugging Pat, I love giggling with Tim. Please, a hand for Mr. Tim. Our next recipient is Bill Fleming. Bill competed at Danville Schlarman High School, which unfortunately doesn't have, did I get it? Yeah. Thank you. Which doesn't have a team anymore, but when I started coaching, wow, a lot of years ago, it was a big team in the Danville area, and I coached at Champaign Central when I first started coaching. I didn't know Bill until much later, and part of knowing Bill is understanding that Bill has worked at many different schools. We joked before, it's not because he can't keep a job, but is it? No. But mostly because he has a giant heart, and I have named him today. He's the guy next door. If you need something, Bill is there. If you need somebody to coach, he'll do it. He has been at Eisenhower for the last number of years. Before that, he was at Downers Grove North. He's coached at Hinsdale and a number of other places. He can keep a job, but there's so many kids that need and want his love that he's got to spread it around. So while I actually did backhand him in the chest before I really ever knew him, now it is true, he'll tell you about it later, he is one of my dearest friends, and I am proud to give him a John Hires Dedicated Service Award this evening. Bill Fleming. Ed Jodlowski is a principal at Olympia High School. He was also at Lincoln High School before that, and was a student at Olympia High School. I met him many, many years ago, and when Downers Grove South used to travel down to the Olympia tournament, and it was a Christmas tournament. I still have all the pins and buttons from the tournament. And while kids were competing, we were having a Christmas feast with coaches from across the state. I still want to get the recipe from his wife for one of the best cheese balls I've ever had. So, Colleen, wherever you are, get me that recipe. But I've named him the hometown hero. To go back and give back to your own school is a great accomplishment. To go off, work somewhere else, and come back and continue to have a program thrive because you are not only a great coach, but a great administrator who places the importance of what we do, of our activity, above so much else. We thank you, Ed, and we know that no matter what you say, the word retirement is really not in your vocabulary. Ed Judlowski. Lori Pillen, Rochelle High School. Lori, I have no idea when we met. It just seems like we were girls yesterday. And we've known each other for a super long time before Rochelle was even remodeled, and we were in a little school that could, right? And we did a lot of professional organization things together. And I don't know whether you are aware, but one of the things Lori does every year is said, we're going to be at the state tournament, and we're going to make all of the names and the event posters for the kids. So if you've picked yours up or you've seen it around, the Rochelle kids under the tutelage of Lori Pillen have made those for years and years and years. And are you the Rochelle? Thank you, thank you. So Lori is not allowed to retire, even if she thinks she is. She's going to continue coaching, and she's going to continue promoting students, which is why I call her the promoter. She is the promoter of kids, of programs, and I'm not just talking kids from her own school, but for kids across the state. Lori went to Geneseo High School, where she was a competitor, and then moved on to Rochelle, where we are thrilled to say she will continue coaching next year. You guys, I don't know how to tell you, leaving the classroom or the other functions we have in schools, it's not the worst thing as long as we continue to work with kids in speech and theater and debate. It is our greatest joy, and it is my greatest joy, to congratulate all of our recipients this evening of the John M. Hires Award, which is promoted by not only IHSA, but the Illinois Communication and Theater Association, because we believe in the power of coaches, the power of teachers, and mostly the power of kids. So I congratulate all of you. You good picture? If I could ask the recipients to come down off the stage, stage right, stage the other stage right. Go with this stage right. Go on, go to Brian, and we'll get some pictures down here for IHSA, otherwise I get in trouble. Love you guys. Thank you.
We have 14 more events to recognize, so let's get going, shall we? Let me explain just kind of how this is going to work logistically real quickly. We're going to call this Contestants Row. I'm going to call an event up here on stage, and I would like the next one waiting right here, so they're just ready to come on up. If you're in an event that has a script in your little hands, like radio or prose, bring that with you, so you are ready to go. All right, are you ready to recognize our state champions? Okay, let's go. I would like to have all of the finalists from dramatic duet acting up here on stage, and the finalists in radio speaking down here in contestants row. Thank you. Yeah, come on up, come on up. And finalists in radio speaking right over here in contestants row, please. Thank you. Careful that. Guys, scooch all the way down, please. Thank you. There were 8 finalists in the final round of dramatic duet acting. In 8th place, from Marion High School, Marcus Bobbitt and Chris Reed. In 7th place, from Homewood Flossmoor, Jasmine Rhodes and Stella Hoyt. In 6th place, from Rochelle, Michaela Preston, and Paul Swartz. In 5th place, from Prospect High School, Emily Caravello and Colin Ryan. In 4th place in dramatic duet acting, from Glenbrook North, Hannah Dolinka and Jackson Miller. In 3rd place, from Thornton High School, Treasure Jackson and Isaiah Garner. Your tournament runners-up, from Lyons High School, Courtney McMullen and Nicholas Barbera. And your state champions in dramatic duet acting, from Wheaton Warrenville South, David Allgood and Sam Rizzo.
Keep you down, but there's no denying you're a champion, greatest of them all. You're a champion, never gonna fall. You're a champion, still standing tall. You're a champion, and you'll always be a hero. Nobody wins by playing small. Remember who you really are. Fearless and beautiful, a child of a shining star. They try to keep you down, but there's no denying you're a champion, greatest of them all. You're a champion, never gonna fall. You're a champion, still standing tall. You're a champion, and you'll always be a hero.
All right, please welcome your state champions in dramatic duet acting, David Allgood and Sam Rizzo.
The call came in an hour ago.
Dennis.
It was Scooter's mom.
Dennis.
He died.
Dennis!
They want me to do his eulogy?
Aren't you gonna tell them?
But what should I say?
How I made it to the top of the world?
Except you didn't. You slipped off the mountain and killed yourself, Scooter.
Oh, come on, Dennis. I made it.
You don't get to rewrite the story.
Well, I'm not gonna let you leave out the most important part.
Friendships offer us one of the most fundamental relationships we can have.
And true friendships resist time and even distance.
As two childhood friends grow into adulthood,
We must ask ourselves,
can friendships also resist change?
Scooter Thomas makes it to the top of the world.
By Peter Parnell.
Race you to the top.
What?
On your marks, get set.
Loser has to
Go!
run down naked. Hey!
Better hope it's not cold.
I didn't mean like fully naked, I meant just like underwear. I'm not like my brother, Joe. Oh, look at this.
It's incredible. Hey, you want to jump?
What?
Into the water.
You can't, Scoots, we're too high.
Yeah, you can. Look,
You sure about this?
I got it.
Okay.
A swan dive. Right out into the center.
It's not deep enough.
Yes, it is.
Listen. You hear that?
What?
Hello!
Hello!
I'm the king of the world!
King of the world!
You get no girls!
Wait. You know that's not true.
It's kind of true.
Shut up. Wow.
Yeah. You think anyone else ever comes up here?
Nobody knows about this place except you and me. Right? You didn't tell anybody?
Hell no. No one even knows how to get up here. Look, don't tell anyone about this place, okay? It's ours.
It's ours.
It's ours. Oh, okay, stop. It really was ours. I mean, we found that place as kids, and we used to go up there almost every day. I think the hardest part's no one will never see him again. You see, these are the moments I'll miss. When we were together, laughing, joking. Where you been?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't
No, who you been with?
Patty LeBaron.
Patty LeBaron?
Patty LeBaron.
What were you doing?
You want to know?
Yeah?
You really want to know?
Just tell me.
So there we were. Took her all the way to the highest part of the cliff. We're just sitting there. And you would not believe the stars. And then I'm like, look, is that Orion?
Nice, but I don't think that's Orion.
Shut up, Dennis. And then I lean in real close and gentle, just like this.
How drunk are you?
A little bit.
Again?
But it's not like last week. And besides, don't you want to know what happened?
I think I got it.
Dude, it was crazy.
Okay, stop. I should have known then that Scooter's drinking was a problem. We all did it from time to time. For Scooter, it was all the time. He dropped out after the first semester. He called me one night to tell me he got in a fight with his dad and he didn't have anywhere to stay. But I was at school. What was I supposed to do? You know? And it was then that he really started pulling away. Listen, I just thought that maybe if you went back to school, you could pick up a
I already
couple new
told you,
classes.
school's not for me.
I know, I'm not saying that. I just thought that maybe if you went back to school, you could pick up
I'm
a
not
couple...
going to sell myself out.
Oh, I didn't say anything about that. Just because I want a life doesn't mean I'm selling out.
Yeah, but that's not what I want.
What do you want?
You don't get it? You don't remember?
No.
I used to come to school with bruises every day for 3 years.
We were kids. What did you want me to do? What was I supposed to do?
I want you to be here and not judge me.
Scoots, I'm not judging you.
Yes, you are.
Okay, fine.
And look at yourself.
Fine. If I was judging you, it's because of how you act. pretending you don't care, getting blackout drunk every single night.
That's not a big
Yes,
deal.
it is. We never even talked about why you left school. I thought I was your friend.
We did. You just didn't listen.
You know that's not true. I was at school. What did you want to do, sleep on my floor?
I needed you! Dennis, my dad wasn't like yours. It was really bad. And you knew that.
Oh, okay, stop. You're not even here. You died, so why can't you just go away? I'm not gonna feel responsible because you were stupid and slipped.
But I didn't.
Stop.
I didn't.
I said stop.
What if it really was just a perfect swan dive right out into the center?
No.
And if it's true?
It's not. Don't put that on me.
Yeah?
I won't feel guilty.
You will.
I won't.
And you'll still judge me for it.
Judge you? For this? Yeah, because I won't believe that maybe you actually...
That I could do it? And that I wanted to do it?
Do what? Kill yourself, Scooter? Die, Scooter? Is that what you wanted?
That's exactly what I wanted!
You don't know what you wanted.
I did!
Sorry! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Scoots. I should have been there for you.
But you are now.
So what do you want me to do?
Tell them how I made it. How I made it to the top of the world.
I will.
See you, partner.
See you, Scoots. So that's what I'll say. I'll tell him you made it. The hardest part's knowing I'll never see you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
If I could have the contestants in humorous interpretation down here on Contestants Row and the finalists in radio up here on stage. Brian, let's hear a little music. This year, in an excess of caution in these unprecedented and sweaty times, we're asking all of the finalists to come down here off stage and have a no-contact taking of their state championship medal. So the room chairs will make sure that you all get your correct spaces and have no contact. So we're all safe and sound. So with that underway, here are your finalists in radio speaking. In sixth place, from Stagg High School, Courtney Conroy. In fifth place, from Redbud, Bailey Fulton. In fourth place, From Naperville Central, Athena Chen. In third place, Emily Sklenicka from Wheaton Warrenville South. Your tournament runner-up in radio speaking is Tori Prouse from Oaklawn Community High School. All right. Let me announce to you, hold your applause for our state champion in radio speaking from Eisenhower High School, Jayla Mabry. And now your state champion in radio speaking, Jayla Mabry.
Topping tonight's headlines, murder suspects face consequences in Haiti, concerning economic insights in Washington, and fatal car accident in Illinois. Good evening, this is Jayla Mabry at WJCM, bringing you the news, sports, and weather you just can't miss for today, February 18th, 2023. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Peoria, Illinois, where adventure awaits. Around the globe, 4 key suspects in the killing of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse were transferred to the United States for prosecution as the case stagnates in Haiti amid death threats that have spooked local judges. The suspects now in custody include James Solajes, 37, and Joseph Vincent, 57, 2 Haitian Americans who were among the first arrested after Moïse was killed at his private home. In Europe, government officials work towards social progress. Italy's prime minister held talks in Libya with officials from the country's West-based government, focusing on energy and migration. During the visit, the 2 countries' oil companies signed a gas deal worth $8 billion, the largest single investment in Libya's energy sector in more than 2 decades. Premier Giorgia Meloni is seeking to secure new supplies of natural gas to replace Russian energy amid Moscow's war on Ukraine. Dominating national news, inflation is cooling and parts of the economy appear to be weakening, but Chair Jerome Powell is likely to underscore that the Federal Reserve's primary focus remains the need to fight surging prices with still higher interest rates. If financial markets expect lower rates than what the Fed plans to deliver, the central bank's already treacherous task can become even harder. Powell's tough message will likely emerge after the Fed's 19-member policy committee announces its latest action. In agricultural news, states work together to promote water conservation. 6 western states that rely on water from the Colorado River have agreed on a model to dramatically cut water use. California is the lone holdout. Officials said the state would release its own plan. The Colorado River passes through 7 states and into Mexico, serving 40 million people and a $5 billion a year agricultural industry. On the local scene, an Aurora man died early Tuesday morning after losing control of his car, which then plunged into an icy pond in a residential area of the city. The crash prompted 5 Aurora police officers to dive into the pond to try and rescue the sole occupant of the car. Officers arrived on the scene to find a Toyota sedan upside down and partially submerged in a retention pond. A preliminary investigation shows the driver lost control of the car before entering the pond. Blowing into the Windy City, Lori Lightfoot's ability to lead is being questioned once again. Lori Lightfoot made history as the first Black woman and first openly gay person to serve as Chicago mayor, but her bid for a second term is very much in question amid concerns about continuing high crime in the nation's third largest city. Lightfoot has been forced to go on the defensive in a heated race that has turned into both a personality contest and a policy debate. Coming up next, one NBA star appears to be rivaling some real athletic talent with his stats. More on this after a short message from our sponsor. Attention all travelers looking for a fun and exciting getaway? Look no further than Peoria, Illinois. Peoria is a vibrant city located in the heart of Illinois, and it's the perfect destination for travelers looking for a unique and unforgettable experience. From the beautiful parks and lakes to the lively downtown area, Peoria has something for everyone. And of course, you won't want to miss the Peoria Civic Center. So why wait? Book your trip to Peoria today. Peoria, Illinois, where adventure awaits. Bouncing into basketball, Jamal Murray is locked in right now with his shot, with his swagger, and especially with his confidence in his team. Murray made a season-high 7 3-pointers to give him 771 for his career. Checking out the NCAA men's basketball scoreboard, in a battle of who's the best in the South, Alabama absolutely demolished Vanderbilt 101-44. And Texas Tech just barely snatched the win from Iowa State 80-77. In your local forecast, don't let the sun fool you because cold weather is here to stay. Tonight, it's mostly clear with a low around 5, and tomorrow, it's sunny with a high near 17 and a low around 14. This has been Jayla Mabry with WJCM, bringing you the news, sports, and weather you just can't miss for today, February 18th, 2023. This hour's broadcast was brought to you by Peoria, Illinois, where adventure awaits. Thanks for listening and have a great night.
If I could have the finalists in impromptu speaking down here in contestants row, and if I could have the contestants in humorous interpretation up here on stage.
I don't want to flip it all.
Congratulations.
There were 6 finalists in the final round of humorous interpretation. In 6th place, from Revis High School, Fouad Zugair. In 5th place, from Prospect, Kelly Jordan. In 4th place, from Waterloo High School, Emma Wittenauer. In 3rd place in radio speaking, Miriam Chuli from Oaklawn Community High School. I mean, in humorous interpretation, of course. Your tournament runner-up in humorous interpretation, from Hinsdale Central, Tess McCardle. And your tournament champion in humorous interpretation, hold on. Wait, hold on, let me say, Let me say this young lady's name so she can hear her being crowned as a state champion, and then you applaud. Here you go. Let's practice. I'm going to go from TF North, Destiny Owens.
I said you talk too much. Oh boy, you never shut up. You talk about people you don't even know. And you talk about places you never go. You talk about your girl from head to toe. I said your mouth's moving fast and your brain's moving slow. You talk too much. You never shut up. I said you talk too much. Oh boy, you never shut up. You're the instigator, the orator of the town. You're the worst when you converse, just a big mouth clown. You talk when you're awake. I heard you talk when you sleep. Has anyone ever told you that talk is cheap? You talk too much. You never shut up. I said you talk too much. Oh boy, you never shut up. Talking is the one thing that you can do best.
And here's your state champion in humorous interpretation from Thornton, Fractional North, Destiny Owens.
Come with me, and we'll be in a world of pure imagination. Willy Wonka! Willy Wonka! The amazing chocolate theory! Willy Wonka! Willy Wonka! Everybody give a cheer. This is a story of an ordinary little boy named Charlie Bucket. His family was not rich or well off. In fact, they barely had enough to eat. But Charlie was the most luckiest boy in the entire world. He just didn't know it yet. But I thought I did know. Shut up, Charlie! This isn't about you yet! Willy Wonka started off with a little candy store, but then he built the largest chocolate factory in history. He then said that he was closing his chocolate factory forever. Bum, bum, bum! Picture this. You're poor. Well, lucky for me, I don't have to picture it. I'm living it. Yeah. It's legit. Now, picture you being poor and a crazy old white man tries to give you chocolate. We've all been there, am I right? No? Charlie and his Chocolate Factory by Roald Dahl, adapted by Richard George. Dear people of the world, I, Willy Wonka, I've decided to invite 5 children to my factory this year. One of these children will receive a special prize bigger than anything you could ever imagine. I was tasting that Wonka bear, and I tasted something that was not chocolate, or coconut, or peanut butter, or caramel. So then I looked and I found the golden tickets. I celebrated by eating my candy. These are my trophies. I am the world champion of gum chewers. And I do karate. Hiya. I'm gonna win a special prize because I am a winner. V-A-R-U-C-A. Baruch song. Daddy, I want a golden ticket. Where's my golden ticket? I want my golden ticket. I want another pony. Oh, bitch. There was only one more ticket left, but the impossible was about to happen. Charlie, we're gonna have one more chance.
Wrong packet. Go, buy a candy bar.
This for my family. 1 mark a candy bar, please. Gold all in my watch. Gold all in my chop. I found it. The last golden ticket is mine. Greetings to you, the lucky finder of this golden ticket from Mr. Willie Wonka. I've invited you to come to my factory and be my guest for 1 whole day.
Please enter. Dear visitors, welcome to my chocolate factory.
Look over there. It's the little man right there below the waterfall. She's right, Grandpa.
Aren't they just fantastic? No higher than my knee, with their funny long hair. The tiny men.
They're Oompa Loompas. Guys, OMG. Look over there. Who's that? Look. I can touch the chocolate. Little boy, my chocolate isn't meant to be touched by human hands. I got this scoop. I got this scoop. The great big greedy nincompoop.
Those silly Oompa Loompas. Well, let's continue.
Mr. Wonka, what's this? It's gum. In fact, this was the most amazing gum in the entire universe because this gum had a full 3-course dinner. Sounds like my kind of gum. Don't eat it. It's not ready yet. I and the world champion are chewing gum. I'm not afraid of anything. It's amazing. I'm just a little bit concerned about the
That part.
The tail of Violet Beauregard, the chewing girl, she sees no wrong, and chewing all day long.
I just love those Oompa Loompas.
Well, let's move on. Squirrels! Willy Wonka's squirrels were specifically trained to get the nuts out of the shells. But once when they found a bad nut, they would throw it down the hole. I want a squirrel.
They're not for sale.
Fine. If you won't get me a squirrel, then I'll just get one myself. I'll have you. What are they doing?
They're testing to see if she's a bad nut.
Oh.
Oh no. She is a bad nut after all.
Veruca Salt, the little brute, has just gone down the garbage chute, and she will be as she just stands a rather different sort of red, yeah.
Well, Mr. Wonka, Charlie's the only one left.
You mean you're the only one? Well, congratulations, that means you won. I will now give you my entire factory. Now, are you ready to leave all this behind and come live with me?
Well, of course, as long as I can bring my family with me.
Oh, my dear boy, of course. You can't. You don't want to hang around your family like some old geese. A chocolate's here, my ride, free and solo.
But doesn't that get lonely?
Lonely? Well, of course not. I have my Oompa Loompas.
Yeah, but no thanks. I wouldn't trade my family for the world. Or the Oompa Loompas.
You mean you would give a chocolate for your family? Well, I guess that means that family is the most important thing in the entire world.
You Never had a family? No. Not that I can remember. How about this? We come live with you at the factory, and you could be a part of our family. We got a family, y'all. We got a family, y'all. And so, Charlie was given the chocolate factory, but Willy Wonka was given something even greater. A family. And life had never been sweeter.
If I could have the finalists in prose reading down here on Contestants Row, and up on stage, impromptu speaking.
Talking is the one thing that you can do best. You told the cavity creeps to watch out for crest. You never have the story right and exact, and then you always try to pull.
There are 6 finalists in the final round of impromptu speaking. In 6th place, from Prospect, Maeve Dwyer. In 5th place, from Eisenhower, Jayla Mabry. In 4th place, from Byron, Shannon McHale. Third place, impromptu speaking, Tori Barson from Wheaton, Warrenville South. Your tournament runner-up, AJ Gupta from Hinsdale Central. And welcome your state champion in impromptu speaking, Luke Fosdick from Nequa Valley.
You had my back. Could have been anywhere in the world, but look where you're at. You're loyal to me, it's me and you against the world. And I'm loyal to you, I will always be a girl. I'll be wrong with you, I'll be right with you. So just take us slow, you hurt him.
Now here's your state champion in impromptu speaking, Luke Fosdick.
When he began to run for governor in 1979, Lee Dreyfus had no advantages. His party had endorsed another candidate, and his only experience was as a professor at the University of Wisconsin. But he didn't let this get him down, and instead he found an unconventional new strategy, taking a school bus to cities around the entire state and connecting with constituents at the lowest levels. And even though he didn't always agree with them or what they stood for, he did understand the value of making human connections. He found ways to compromise and ultimately get elected to the position that allowed him to make lasting change as Wisconsin's governor. And it's this idea of finding ways to make compromises that allow us to achieve amazing things that brings us to today's prompt that states, see eye to eye. Now, what this prompt is telling us is that we need to make efforts to compromise and collaborate with people and see things from their perspectives. Because when we do, we can accomplish amazing things. But the question we should be asking ourselves is what about the power of compromise allows us to achieve so much? And there are three amazing lenses of analysis to understand. First, how when we compromise, we can push the status quo. Second, how we can stay true to our beliefs. And finally, how we can smash records where they stand. But first, when we make an effort to see eye to eye, we can push the status quo, which we can see through a German classical music rivalry between Johannes Brahms and Richard Wagner. Now, these two composers were the biggest names in German classical music, but they had very different ideas of how to approach the future of music. Brahms wanted to look towards the past, at composers like Bach, whereas Wagner wanted to push towards the future with operas like Tristan und Isolde. But they understood that to keep Germany at the forefront of the classical music scene, they'd have to collaborate as the two biggest names. They had to find a way to see eye to eye. And ultimately, on their next biggest projects, they decided to follow the same harmonic structure, ultimately publishing works that were amazing and finding a common ground. By seeing eye to eye, they were able to push the entire classical music status quo, leaving an impact and making a change. When we do the same and apply that in our lives, we can push the status quos in ways that matter as well, and ultimately leave the world better than it was. But beyond just pushing the status quo, we can also stay true to our beliefs, which we can see through the soldier Desmond Doss. Now, Doss was a Seventh-day Adventist, but he still wanted to fight in World War II. So when he was drafted into the army, he made one claim: to never have to hold a weapon. Initially, his platoon and everyone in the army thought he was crazy. They certainly did not see eye to eye. But Doss understood that if they could find a way to compromise and pursue the same things, then perhaps he'd be able to continue helping. And ultimately, after collaborating with his general, he was allowed to serve as a medic, never wielding a weapon, but saving more than 100 lives throughout the course of the war. He was able to stay true to his beliefs and make an impact because he sought to see eye to eye with the other people around him. And when we apply that same concept, seeking compromise, even when it's challenging, we can stay true to our beliefs as well. But finally, when we make that effort to compromise, we can smash records where they stand, which we can see through the English runner Roger Bannister. Now, when Bannister was growing up in the 20th century, he was a pretty amazing runner. But after an embarrassing failure at the 1950 Helsinki Olympics, he clearly needed a change. Bannister thought that he should focus on setting records, like running faster times. But his coach wanted him to continue competing to ultimately win that gold. They had completely different visions of where Bannister should go. But he knew that if he could see eye to eye with his coach, perhaps he could achieve something greater and smash a record. So they found a training regimen that combined the two, and he set a goal to become the first man in the world to run a 4-minute mile, a goal he accomplished and then went on to win medals at the Olympics. By finding a way to see eye to eye with his coach, who he certainly disagreed with, he was able to smash a record in its place. And nowadays, he's remembered as one of the greatest names in all of athletics. When we do that as well, seeing eye to eye, even when we don't agree with the people around us, we can smash records as well, and ultimately leave the world and our lives better than they were before. So when we return to today's prompt that says, see eye to eye, we can clearly see that it's telling us to find ways to compromise. And we understood why we need to do that for 3 crucial reasons. First, so that we can push the status quo, like German classical music. Second, so we can stay true to our beliefs, like Desmond Doss. And finally, so we can smash records in their place, like Roger Bannister. Now, Lee Dreyfus didn't know that his campaign would be one of the most challenging in all of Wisconsin's history. But he also knew that connecting with people is how to make a lasting impact. And I know, because he was my great-grandfather. When we apply that and find ways to compromise and connect with the people around us, we too can leave a lasting positive impact.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I could have
My
the
great-grandfather's
finalists
hymn
in
for being governor.
oratorical declamation in contestants row as the prose reading finalists join us up here on stage. There were 7 finalists in the final round of prose reading. In 7th place, from Limestone High School, Seattle, Creasy. In 6th place, from Cary Grove, Christine Perkins. In 5th place, Alexandra McGarry from Glenbrook North. Fourth place, from Harrisburg, Braxton Bauer. In 3rd place, from Revis, Joanne Tyam. Your tournament runner-up in prose reading, Winnie James from Belleville West. And your state champion, as a matter of fact, a double state champion from Wheaton, Warrenville South, David Allgood.
Crying out for more, so give me words to speak, let my spirit sleep, 'cause I can't think of anything worth saying, but I know that I owe you my life, so give me words to speak, don't let my spirit sleep. Every night, every day, I find that I have nothing I can say. So I stand here in silence, waiting your guidance.
And your state champion in prose reading, David Allgood.
A few years ago, I decided to run a marathon particularly quickly. And I did. I was ecstatic, but my wife said to me, "Why would you ever be proud of that?" And I said to myself, "This marriage is over." We went over the troubles we'd been having for a while. I said, "There's no reason why we can't have an amicable divorce." Turns out there were a lot of reasons. Feelings of exhilaration, joy, and euphoria are often not associated with running. I mean, who am I kidding? It's running. But what happens when getting the runner's high is the only way to feel alive? The Incomplete Book of Running by Peter Sagal. During this time, I heard a famous quote from Winston Churchill. The quote is, "If you're going through hell, keep going." And so I went. I accepted an invitation to run the Boston Marathon as a guide for a blind runner. And now this came at a good time because after running that really fast marathon, I'd actually lost the motivation to run. You see, running is something you do for yourself. Oh, it's so good you run. Oh, it's so good you're in such good shape. Oh, it's so good for you. Yeah, it's good for you. And that's about it. I mean, I have run thousands of miles, and yet I'm still right here. So I was excited to run some miles for someone else. His name was William Greer of Austin, Texas. When William was 17, he got hit by a car. It smashed open the back of his head and scrambled his vision center. His eyes work fine, his brain does not. William had run marathons before. He managed to finish by following the crowd. But for Boston, the Boston Marathon, the oldest, most prestigious marathon in America, he wanted help. He wanted a guide. He wanted me. William wanted me to run to his right and a little in front of him, so he could see me with his best peripheral vision. The Boston Marathon starts out easy. That's why it's so difficult. It starts out downhill. There are drunk people in bars waving at you. You're thinking, wow, this is really simple. I'm going to do great. It's a lot like marriage. So we're running along and we're talking. He's a great guy. He's been through a lot. He triumphed over an injury. He's got a great wife named Ellen. We're having a great time. At the halfway point, we get to the Wellesley Scream Tunnel. And this is one of the great things about the Boston Marathon. All the students at Wellesley pack the sides of the course, and they scream so loud that you can hear them from a mile away, and they're all holding up signs that say, "Kiss me. Kiss me, I'm Jewish. Kiss me, I'm Asian. Kiss me, I'm an English major. Kiss me, I really want you to kiss me." I don't know why they do this, and honestly, I don't care. We had the heroic blind runner and the noble guy helping him out. We were going to make out like bandits. So we get up there. He slips up ahead of me. He starts going up to the girls and high-fiving them, disappointing them and me. I'm like, "William, what are you doing?" And he said, "I'd promised my wife Ellen I'd never kiss another woman." Aww. There are 4 famous hills around mile 20. The first hill, he charged up. He did great. The 4th hill, Heartbreak Hill, he had to walk. This happens to everyone. It happens to me, but it wasn't today. For some reason, getting out of my own head allowed me to also get out of my own pain and discomfort. So we were struggling through the last few miles of the race. I was doing what I could to motivate him. I said, "William, it's your day and it's your race, but you gotta run the last mile." The last mile of the Boston Marathon. Very famous, very impressive. You take a right onto Hereford, you take a quick left onto Boylston, and then you're in this canyon of noise. There are people packed 8 deep on the sides. It is awesome. It's great. It's your own Olympics. You can't be walking. You've got to run. And he said, "I'll do my best." So we get to mile 25, and I say, "William, that right turn's in 100 yards. Can you see it?" And he said, "No, I can't, but when I get there, I think I'm going to have to walk." But we got to that turn, and not only did he not stop, he sped up, which took me by surprise because he was running right towards the only pothole on the entire course, marked by a big orange cone, which would be awesome if you're not blind. And before I could say anything, he somehow went around it. Yes! And I followed him up that road, and we took the left onto Boylston. The crowd is screaming, "William, go!" And we charged down that chute, and we crossed that finish line. Oh, but he keeps going. And I said, "William, you can stop now." And he says, "I can." And I tell you now, I have never been as proud of anybody as I was of that man at that moment. And I hugged him, and he said, "I just want to see my wife, Ellen." And then, boom! Loudest noise I've ever heard. We were about 100 yards beyond the finish line, and there was a huge plume of white smoke rising in the air. And another 10 seconds later, another boom. And I was like, I'd like to get away from that. But here's William. He's in pain. He wants to see his wife, so I get him to her. It wasn't until later that I saw what happened. I saw the blood. I saw the injuries. I saw the horror. And I also saw the clock. bombs went off when the race clock was at 4:09. William and I crossed the line at 4:05. He ran that last mile that he didn't want to, but he did it. And I don't know what might have happened if he'd given into his instinct, into his body and walked. Maybe we would have been coming up far away from the bombs. And maybe we would have crossed the finish line. Maybe not. I thought about it a lot. I don't know what to think. Except this. William Greer of Austin, Texas, blind runner, was going through hell. And he kept going.
If I could have the finalists in poetry reading right down here on Contestants Row, and up here on stage, oratorical declamation finalists. There were 6 finalists in the final round of oratorical declamation. In 6th place, from Glenbrook North, Hannah Dalinka. In 5th place, from Prospect, Elise Gadsden. In 4th place, from Oak Lawn Community High School, Emma Foucault Miller. Third place in oratorical declamation, Jasmine Rhodes from Homewood, Flossmoor. Your tournament runner-up, J.V. Kroll from Neuqua Valley. Congratulations. And your state champion in declamation from TF North, Destiny Owens. If I could have the finalists in declamation back up here. Please bring your medals up here. That's why we're switching you for declamation. And now your state champion in oratorical declamation, Destiny Owens.
Let me paint you a picture. I'm on government assistance and I run out of money. I have to buy Pampers for my son, so I go to the ATM to get $20 out, and I only have $11.42 to my name. Yeah. Imagine how I felt when I saw those insufficient funds. I remember going home wondering, what am I going to do? I wrapped my son in a towel, and for the next 2 days, I changed his towel. That's all I could do. Then I put my hand on my son's stomach and said, "Don't worry, baby. Mommy will never be this broke or broken again." And that was the journey to now. How did I go from being broken on government assistance to running my own multi-million-dollar company? What shifted for me was I was willing to completely die and birth the woman I was becoming. I was willing to go so big, to amplify my goals, to live my life in abundance. Most people often call me the exception. I am not the exception. I'm just an average, ordinary woman who chose every day to make one more extraordinary decision. I was willing to allow my conviction to make me inconvenienced. Are you willing? In life, we don't just learn who we are, but we learn who we are becoming. Leisha shows us that it is possible to start from the bottom and end up on top, but only if you're willing. Are you willing? Amplify Your Life and Achieve Prosperity by Lisa Nichols. Misconception number 1. We all believe that an amplified life is for some people. Some people of a certain hue, a certain origin, a certain background. Society just teaches us that we have to come from this place to have abundance. Truth number 1, abundance is obtainable for everyone. Regardless of your culture, your background, your origin, no matter where you started now, whether if you go get it or not. And oftentimes you don't, because the story you're telling yourself doesn't agree with what's available for you. And our stories are huge, because your story is your perception. Your perception is your truth. And you will live into your perception as if it is your truth. I was crazy enough to believe that it doesn't matter the color of my skin, doesn't matter my religious background, doesn't matter my origin. That's just the circumstance I came from. It doesn't define my future. To amplify your life is to have faith. To have faith is believing in the unseen anyway. Truth 2. To amplify your life, you have to be willing to dream big enough to scare yourself. If your dreams don't scare you, you ain't dreaming big enough. If you already know the how, you're not dreaming big enough. Your why needs to be so big, your what needs to be so big that you sit back and go, now, how am I going to do that? Good. It's finally big enough. So many of us stop dreaming because we've had some failures in the past. Well, let me tell you about amplified thinkers. We give ourselves permission to fail all the time. Because when you're giving yourself permission to fail, you've actually given yourself permission to fly. Because if you try to avoid failure all the time, you'll never take a leap. And the moment you say, I'm okay with whatever happens, you'll take that leap. I'd rather fall flying than live a life on the edge and never jumping off. When you play that big, and you're willing to stretch, and you're willing to think ginormous, not big, not huge, but ginormous, and you're willing to walk alone. See, so many of us are afraid of leaving someone behind. We're afraid of walking alone. Here's what I know about an amplified vision. If someone in your life doesn't get your vision, if no one in your life gets your vision, it could be because that vision was not given to them. It was given to you, and only you. Final truth. To amplify is to unlearn. There is so much value in what you unlearn. We're always going after learning something new because we're a bunch of information junkies. But your biggest breakthrough is in what you unlearn. And then you relearn. Sometimes you have to disrupt your soil, take that dry dirt that's been planted in for years in order to plant a new seed, grow a new fruit. I was willing to do the things I've never done before. I was willing to say the things I've never said before, but first, I had to learn what I didn't even know. I knew that abundant thinkers, prosperous people, successful people were doing something that I wasn't doing. I had to say the things I didn't want to say, do the things I didn't want to do in order to have the life I knew I wanted. Period. Do this in bite-sized, digestible pieces of what you can do. And when you look up, you don't have to have a magnificent amount of change in over 12 months. You'll look up 5 years from now and not recognize your life. Amplification, rooted in bit by bit. Mediocrity is crowded. But when you rise to excellence, there's a lot more space. So I'm here to disrupt you a bit. I'm here to make you mildly to moderately to significantly uncomfortable in any form of mediocrity. To amplify your uncomfortable, if it means amplifying your achievements. That's my agenda. Because when someone loves us enough to shake us up a bit and make it uncomfortable to do business as usual, that's a favor. Because then you get to 90 and go, well, what would have happened if I never played at 70% all this time? You're brilliant. You know you're brilliant. I can see the brilliance in this room. Now, it's time to amplify your life and achieve prosperity.
If we could have the finalists in extemporaneous speaking down here on Contestants Row and the poetry reading finalists up here on stage. Also, if we could see up here Jasmine Rhodes from Homewood Flossmoor. There were 6 finalists in the final round of poetry reading. In 6th place, from Harrisburg, Bella Teston. In 5th place, from Oak Park River Forest, Olivia Lee. In 4th place in poetry reading, from TF North, John Macbeth III. In 3rd place, from Hinsdale South, Destiny Prater. Your state runner-up in poetry reading is Maya Quinones from Oaklawn Community. And your state champion in poetry reading from Glenbrook North, Kristen Yoon.
Talking that blah, blah, blah. Think you'll be getting this? Nah, not in the back of my car. If you keep talking that blah, 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 think you'll be getting this? Nah, not in the back of my car. If you keep talking that blah. Talking that.
Yo, it's crazy, amazing. We can turn our heart through the words we say. Mountains crumble with every syllable. Hope can live or die. So speak life to the deadest, darkest night. Speak life when the sun won't shine and you don't know why. Look into the eyes of the
not yet.
broken-hearted. Watch them come alive as soon as you speak hope. You speak love. You speak life. Oh, 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 oh. You speak life. Oh.
And your state champion in poetry reading, Kristen Yoon from Glenbrook North.
Other days my thoughts just fall apart. I do, I don't, I really.
I knew exactly what love looked like in 7th grade. Even though I hadn't met love, if love had wandered into my homeroom, I would have recognized him at first glance. Love wore a hemp necklace, played acoustic guitar, and knew all my favorite Beatles songs. But every time I tried to kiss love, our teeth got in the way. Love became the reason I lied to my parents. I'm going to Stacy's house. My parents had 3 rules for love. 1, good Christian man. 2, make lots of money. 3, love him, befriend him, protect him. And love grew, stretched like a trampoline. Love changed. So when love finally showed up, love didn't know anything about the Beatles. Love came with freckles I didn't recognize. She wore a tight French braid. Mean Girls superstar Katie Heron once said, "Smart with math, stupid with love." I didn't get it till now. I was always good at math, or until the alphabet was introduced, and
just as life gets more complicated with time, I realized that the label straight didn't cover all of me. Look like everyone else, I'm just trying to figure myself out. From Asian parents drilling heteronormativity to realizing you might like your best friend a little bit more than friends, and finally finding gradual acceptance. The coming-of-age story for queer youth is confusing, unique, but personal. In a program dedicated to all queer individuals. A love poem by Sarah K., Phil K., Doc Lubin, Jesse Parents, and others. 5 ways to come out to your parents. Controlling. Don't freak out. Confident. We both know this has been coming for a long time. Confessional. I've been staying awake at night, wondering if I should tell you. Bribery. I bought the kind of cupcakes you like. They're in the hall cupboard. And reality, I have just been too afraid for too long. So, to the girl who works at Starbucks down the street from my house, I'm afraid to say, I love you, because it feels like I'm starting a timer to a bomb which will leave us both dead. No. I'm afraid to say, I love you, because I don't know what love is. No, I'm afraid to say, I love you, because the love I've had made me feel like I'm unlovable, like I'm a liability, that I just don't deserve love because I am emotional. So, I'm at the grocery store because I feel sad, which is a dangerous cycle because being emotional leads to being sad, which leads to being more emotional. But I feel sad because no one is in love with me. No one is in love with me, but everybody loves me. Everybody loves me because I am good at making people feel good. I am good at making people feel good because I've had a lot of practice on myself. Practice on myself because I feel sad a lot. I know when love goes wrong, and no, I wasn't meant to love and be loved, and yet I have a crush on Shigo. Wait, I have a crush on Shigo? I have a crush on Shigo. There's a name for this villainy I have yet to know. I am 12. But I know that girls don't hold other girls beyond friendship and rivalry. Even as I whispered lullabies recounting the names of boys I loved. I loved fighting the boys slick with mud. And I loved how the girls would watch me. And yet, another straight man asked me, if you had to choose between a man and a woman, which would it be? Dear straight people, you have to make it so obvious I make you uncomfortable. You know, that just makes me uncomfortable, and now we're just both uncomfortable. And, you know, I do not think of the queer people who said that I was just halfway in the closet, that I should just come out all the way, and when I did, they said, no, not like that. Because apparently being bisexual or coming out as bisexual isn't coming out all the way. And God, I just love being socially denigrated by everyone and everything, especially because the etymology of a word always defines its meaning. And different things can mean different things to different people, because, you know, non-bisexual people definitely know more about being bisexual than I do. And bi can't mean 2 or more, because, you know, queer people erasing other queer people just isn't a thing. You know, why do I have to prove my love is authentic? Why do I have to prove my love is authentic? Why do I have to prove that my love is authentic? So I say, my lips are rated E for every gender because every gender can catch these lips and every gender can catch these hands. And he says, well, just pick a side. And I say, okay, so do you want my good fist or my better fist? And he says, make up your mind. And I say, I already did. It's how I know that you are an asshole. Asshole. So, to the girl who works at Starbucks down the street from my house, I swear, I'm not a stalker. When I asked you for a chai latte, what I meant to say was, I saw you in the window and I just had to hear what your voice sounded like. But instead of saying that, I just got really nervous and ordered the first thing on the menu. I don't even know what a chai is. Or a latte, for that matter. I spent the last 5 days trying to figure out how I'm going to introduce myself to you properly. It's going to be something like, hi. That's it. But I think that it's a good start. Thank you so much.
If we could have the finalists for original oratory down here in contestants row, while the finalists in extemp come on up on stage. There were 6 finalists in the final round of extemporaneous speaking. In 6th place, from Normal Community, Avani Ray. In 5th place, from Downers Grove South, Hugo Pletcher. In 4th place, from York High School, David Izzo. In 3rd place, Ajay Gupta from Hinsdale Central. Your tournament runner-up in extemporaneous speaking is Pierce McDade from U-High. And your state champion, a double state champion in extemporaneous speaking from Neuqua Valley, Luke Fosdick. your state champion in extemporaneous speaking, Luke Fosdick.
As the New York Times reported on February 14th, 2023, it's cuffing season. And while I wouldn't know anything about that, I'm an extemp. You know, unless Ajay wants to be my Valentine. The governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, might. Because as the New York Times reported on January 14th, 2023, she was President Trump's press secretary from 2017 to 2019. And in the 2022 midterm elections, she became Arkansas's newest governor. She's a hot face in the GOP, and they're using her wherever they can. Most recently, in the response to Joe Biden's State of the Union address, where, as the Wall Street Journal explained on February 8th, 2023, she delivered a speech ridden with hatred for the dirty Democrats and the solutions that the Republicans might have. But clearly, Sanders has high aspirations, as we can see from her quick transition from press secretary to governor. And considering we're approaching one of the most contentious elections in American history, it becomes crucial that we examine today's question and ask, was Sarah Huckabee Sanders' State of the Union response enough to launch a 2024 presidential bid? And the answer is no, not at all. And we can see why that's true for three crucial reasons. First, because it relied on outdated rhetoric. Second, because she failed to establish herself as an independent candidate. And finally, because it simply lacked the viewership necessary to make a splash. Now, throughout the speech, Sarah Huckabee Sanders said that the choice between Republicans and Democrats is one between normal and crazy. And she's kind of right. And it's that idea of being crazy that leads us to the first point, that her speech wasn't enough, because it relied on outdated rhetoric. Throughout the entire speech, she railed on terms like CRT and the woke mob. However, as The Atlantic explained on February 14th, 2023, she didn't even bother to define what these terms mean, never saying that it was critical race theory or that the woke mob encompassed all Democrats. And as a result, she likely alienated a huge population of voters. So when we look at the broader question of whether or not it was enough to launch a presidential bid, the answer is clearly no. And she only made things worse for herself. And as Pew Research data found on February 10th, 2023, it's no wonder that 64% of people that watched that address considered it concerningly divisive. As long as she's spreading this type of divisive language, especially in this speech, it'll be impossible for her to launch a meaningful bid. And as a result, her State of the Union address didn't do nearly enough for that aspiration. Now, the Republican Party is known for having some crazy people like George Santos, who exists, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who continues to assert that Jewish space lasers are going to be our downfall. But at least they have personality, which Sarah Huckabee Sanders lacks, which leads us to the second reason why her State of the Union response isn't enough to launch a presidential bid, because she failed to establish herself as an independent candidate. Throughout the entire speech, she explained how past Republican leadership was going to bring great things to the party, but never positioned herself as the solution to America's woes. As the Wall Street Journal explained on February 11th, 2023, she even brought back an anecdote of how Donald Trump visited troops in Iraq on Christmas, which is weirdly heartwarming. My grandfather was never. But when we come back, we can clearly see that if we're relying on other candidates, like Donald Trump, the frontrunner in the Republican primary, she's never going to establish herself as an independent one with a real chance to win. And this State of the Union response simply didn't do enough. But she didn't only talk about Donald Trump. And as Politico explained on February 11th, 2023, she went through a whole list of Republican names, including Nikki Haley, who just entered the presidential fray. And as long as she's relying on other names rather than herself, it's going to be impossible to launch a bid for president. And ultimately, this speech didn't do nearly enough. Now, if any of you have been in the extemp room at Civic Center, you'd know it's small. And just like all of our speeches, that speech simply didn't have enough viewership to make a real impact. As 538 data found on February 11th, 2023, 27.3 million people watched Joe Biden's State of the Union address. But only 30% of those people went on to watch Sarah Huckabee Sanders' response. And as a result, simply not enough people watched to make the splash that she was hoping for. And while 8.1 million people is a lot, it's not nearly enough to make a difference in a country as big as ours. So when we look at that speech specifically, it won't do anything if she truly wishes to launch a presidential bid. Additionally, as Politico found on January 17th, 2023, the majority of Republicans who watched that address are already in support of the party. So she could have said literally anything, and they probably would have supported her as a result. It's simply the wrong people watching. And if she wanted to win president, she'd need a much more diverse viewer base. So when we look at the broader question of whether or not it was enough, the answer is clearly no, because it doesn't have the viewer base necessary to make a splash in a race that big. So when we return to today's central question that asks, was Sarah Huckabee Sanders' State of the Union response enough to launch a 2024 presidential bid, we saw that the answer was clearly no. And we understood why for three crucial reasons. Now, Sarah Huckabee Sanders is Arkansas's governor, and that's great. But she could save like 100 orphans on live TV and still have no shot at the presidency. It truly doesn't matter what she does. And this speech specifically simply didn't do enough. And that's why, even though it's cuffing season, I have a feeling that next Valentine's Day, she's not going to be running to be our president. Thank you.
If we could have the finalists in humorous duet acting join us down on Contestants Row, and the contestants in original oratory up here on stage. Thank you. There are 7 finalists in the final round of original oratory. In 7th place, from Glenbrook North, Kristen Yoon. In 6th place, from Matea Valley, Ashita Singh. In 5th place, from Wheaton Warrenville South, Jacob Perdue. Fourth place in original oratory, Olivia Bishop from Carbondale High School. Third place from Fenton High School, Sarah Guerrero. Your tournament runner-up in original oratory from Downers Grove South, Catherine Hevavisa. And your state champion in original oratory from Oak Lawn High School, Mariana Salazar.
Hey baby, won't you look my way? I can be your new addiction. Hey baby, what you gotta say? All you're giving me is fiction. I'm a sorry sucker and this happens all the time. I find out that everybody talks, everybody talks, everybody talks. It started with the whisper, and that was when I kissed her. And then she made my lips hurt. I could hear the chit-chat. Take me to your love shack. Mama's always got a backtrack when everybody talks back. Hey honey, you could be my drug. You could be my new prescription. started with a whisper, and that was when I kissed her, and then she met my lips. I could hear the chit-chat.
Your state champion in original oratory, Mariana Salazar.
When everybody talks back, never thought I'd live to see the...
I'll let you in on a little secret. I, Mariana Guadalupe Salazar Morales, am Mexican. I love the food, the music, and my hairy arms. But I'm also American. I love the diversity, the opportunities, and the freedom of speech for you to express how you feel about my hairy arms. So why must I choose? Why must I feel pressure to meet both sides' expectations? Why must I live with double consciousness? This phrase was coined by sociologist and civil rights activist W.E.B. Du Bois in 1903, giving a name to the tension I still feel 120 years later. I'm too American for my Mexican family, yet too Mexican for my American friends. But I'm not alone. Generations of minorities remain ostracized from both cultures they identify with. To stop double consciousness and truly achieve a United States, we must stop forcing minorities, our friends and neighbors, to choose between cultures and embrace that this duality makes us and our country unique. So today, let's unpack what causes immigrants and minorities to experience double consciousness, learn the effects it has on individuals and society as a whole, and finally, discover what we can do to solve it. In 4th grade, my family and I moved out of the very Latino Cicero to a more American neighborhood, which left us feeling alone and out of place. This is the first cause of double consciousness, an individual leaving a familiar culture for a new one. The CDC in April of 2021 proved how immigrant and minority populations experience greater isolation than other groups because of moves like this. With this isolation comes an immense pressure to measure ourselves through the eyes of the dominant culture while minimizing aspects of our native culture. This balancing act is exhausting. I mean, plucking my Frida Kahlo unibrow in the 4th grade was not easy. But how does this manifest at the societal level? Well, according to the UN, 272 million people immigrated around the world in 2019 alone. In fact, 45 million immigrants are right here in the US, which means millions experience discrimination, forcing them to feel like outsiders in their own home. In a study published in the August 2021 issue of Social Sciences, sociologist Tiffany Joseph analyzed anti-immigrant organizations. Researchers found how they frequently use terms like illegal aliens and invasion, and mention the influx of crime, drugs, and terrorism in relation to migration flows. This harmful rhetoric shapes the public perception of immigrants, border policy, and even our view of ourselves. Or, as one president would put it, kind of makes us feel like bad hombres. Simply put, the pressure minorities feel on the individual level, paired with the animosity we receive from others, makes us feel like we don't belong anywhere. Looking back on middle school, I had a super heavy accent and I sounded nothing like my peers. Feeling out of place, little me never raised her hand. Double consciousness creates detrimental effects like this on individuals and society. First, these feelings of alienation lead to what psychologists call imposter syndrome, where individuals experience self-doubt in their own abilities. A 2017 University of Texas study found how this self-doubt disproportionately affects minorities because of the fear of what others think of us. This is quantified in a March 2022 Pew Research study, which found how Black and Hispanic students earn only 7 and 12% of all STEM bachelor's degrees. When we are not truly accepted into either side of our cultural identity, we grow unsure of ourselves and who we can become. But on top of that, double consciousness can also result in us, immigrants, cultural and religious minorities, becoming disillusioned with our place in the society we so desperately want to belong. Take the Muslim American population, for instance. In another Pew Research study from 2020, 92% of those surveyed agreed with the statement, "I'm proud to be an American." But only 3% agreed that being a Muslim in America has gotten any easier in recent years. Faced with constant rejection from those who we want to identify with, how can we help but feel lesser, like the other? If we don't resist this idea that we don't belong, then millions of immigrants and minorities may never find peace. In my own life, that peace is symbolized by a huge Chicano flag that hangs in my front yard, representing my immigrant family's Mexican and American culture. This is the first step to solving double consciousness, embracing our hybrid cultural identities instead of picking between two. In an October 2021 article from the Institute of Developmental Studies, Algerian-American law professor Karima Benon argues that we should support mixed cultural identities by promoting their representation. Janelle Martinez has done just that. In a 2020 interview on the podcast Latina to Latina, Martinez explains how she formed her hybrid identity as an Afro-Latina after years of being rejected from both sides of her culture. But today, Martinez hosts her own podcast, Ain't I Latina, which celebrates mixed identities and encourages others like her to form their own. But if we want to break the chains of double consciousness at a societal level, we must all recognize the value of minorities. We must educate others and ourselves on the histories and significance of non-dominant cultures. A July 2021 study conducted by Springer Science provided history lessons of either the abolition of slavery or Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers to several hundred students across Chicago area high schools. The study found how after the assignment, Black and Latino students were more likely to vote or join a protest. By educating those who fall victim to double consciousness on the significance of both sides of their culture, we can motivate them to recognize their own value. So, regardless of what a statistic may say about me, I will graduate knowing what I'm capable of and enter the STEM field myself. As we've learned today, double consciousness results from individuals being met with prejudice within new environments. This leads to extreme self-doubt in our abilities and disillusionment with our place in society. But by embracing our hybrid identities and educating each other on our significance, we will end this double consciousness. So I, Mariana Guadalupe Salazar Morales, invite you to embrace everything that makes you, you. Consider this your call to arms. Hairy arms. Together, we can build a bridge to hybridity.
If we could have the finalists in dramatic interpretation down in contestants row and humorous duet acting join us up here on stage. There were 7 finalists in the final round of humorous duet acting. Unfortunately, we've had so many wonderful performances, we've run out of extra medals. So the 7th place one, we will send you your finalist medals in humorous duet acting. So right now, we're going to give you a warm round of applause. Boy. In 7th place, from Prospect High School, Anna Parisi and Dylan May. In 6th place, from Belleville West, Eric Perschbacher and Jerry Applin. In 5th place, from Wheaton Warrenville South, Colin O'Malley and Olivia Bouchard. In 4th place, from Thornton Fractional North, Joy Terrell and Tyron Ali. Third place in humorous duet acting, from Grant High School, Samantha Lapatovsky and Samantha Cruz. Your state runners-up in humorous duet acting are Maya Quinones and Orlando Ramirez from Oaklawn Community High School. And your state champions in humorous duet acting, Tess McCardle and Jackie Vogel from Hinsdale Central.
Speak up, your silence is killing me. I've had enough, baby, speak up. Are you loving or hating me? 'Cause I can never tell. I'll be the first to admit it. Been silent for a minute, thinking like, damn, is he feeling me? We fell in love, took a second, but now I'm always checking. 'Cause I never hear you say what you really think. Some days I feel it, then I feel it's over. Some days we're hotter, then some days we're colder. When you open up, our love is alive. But now you're quiet and I'm dying inside. So baby, speak up, 'cause your silence is killing me. I've had enough, baby, speak up. Are you loving or hating me? 'Cause I can never tell, I can never tell. Just let your heart say what you can't say. Speak up, let your heart say what you won't say. Speak up, your silence tells away. 'Cause I can never tell, I can never tell. If you don't speak up, I don't know where you went, but nothing's making sense. I'm standing on this fence for you. And even when you're here, somehow you disappear. If I could read your mind, I know just what to do. Some days I feel it, then I feel it's over. Some days we're hotter, then some days we're colder. When you open up, our love is alive. But now you're quiet and I'm dying inside. So baby, speak up, 'cause your silence is killing me. I've had enough, baby, speak up. Are you loving or hating me? 'Cause I can never tell, I can never tell. Just let your heart say what you can't say. Speak up.
And your state champions in humorous duet acting, Tess McCardle and Jackie Vogel from Hinsdale Central.
Bye, thank you. I can't believe they're letting us do this. Creating humanity is gonna be so much fun. I was thinking they'd look fabulous in yellow. So they'll all wear yellow? No, not for their outfits, for their skin.
Ooh, I was thinking we could use a lot of different colors.
Oh, I really love that tannish caramel color.
And that olive tone.
Oh, olive, black, a rich dark brown.
White.
White? White. Isn't that kind of bland?
Well, you know, white.
No, I just wouldn't want the white people to feel inferior. I mean, tan, yellow, olive. What?
Make a note to keep an eye on them.
Watch the whites.
I can't believe we're being given so much freedom to create these people things.
I anticipated some problems with that, so I went ahead and had a talk with the big guy. No. You know the guy who decides how everything is supposed to be? Cliff. Can we really do anything we want? And then I told him about our idea for procreation.
What'd he say?
He said, shame on you.
I hate that guy.
I know, me too. Just let go of it. Parallel lives.
By Mo Gaffney and Kathy Najimy. So, creating humanity. Where are we on this?
Well, we've developed the male and the female.
What differences do they have?
Well, one of the wonders of womanhood, their time of the month.
Show me.
Shh.
Hi, Betty. Hi, Barb. How are you?
Oh, fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Oh, good. Listen, Betty, do you have like a tampon?
You mean a lipstick?
Yes, a lipstick.
Sure, I got one right here in my bag.
Oh, good. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't have a
lipstick. I hope it's your shade.
Thanks. It's super. Shh. Like it's a disease you can contract instead of a normal body function.
We can fix it. What if...
The male gets the period!
Shh! Book! Nick! Oh! How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Great, I just started my period!
Oh! Way to bleed, dude. You got some cramps, a little bloating.
Yeah, I'm a little puffy, feel like a man. Hey, you got a pun I could borrow?
A tampon? Sure. Never leave the house without them. Go along!
Oh! Hey, these are my brand! I use Super Plus, though.
Hey, Nick, what are you doing on the 28th?
I'm free, what's up?
I'm due to start my period, so I'm throwing a big beer blaster over at the house.
All right, party down!
Shh.
Absolutely not. Put it back the way it was.
Agreed. Male, female, where are we on this?
Well, they can procreate, and you came up with that great sex idea, which I loved, by the way.
Thank you. Okay, now we have to decide who actually gets to have the baby.
Well, obviously,
the male. Wait a minute. If the female gets to have the baby, then what does the guy get?
Squat?
Zip?
Butt kiss?
Let's just give him as much ego as possible and hope for the best.
Excellent.
Hold on. If we boost the male ego, then are the females gonna have self-esteem issues?
I'm sure they'll be fine. Right? Shh. I hate my hair, Gina.
Annette, you got good hair.
I just wish I could make Junior love me as much as I love him, you know. And I know, Gina, that if I had better skin or prettier hair, then he would love me back.
Listen, your looks don't matter. You're losing yourself in him, Annette.
Natalie Wood in West Side Story. Oh, she's got the prettiest hair.
West Side Story, so sad.
Gina. You are my best friend, and I would do anything for you, just like Anita and Maria. But I would never do to you what Anita did to Maria, ever.
What'd she do?
Don't you remember that part where Maria asked Anita to give a really important message to Tony to meet her, but Anita was a little pissed off and said, just tell Tony Maria's dead. She wasn't dead. She was like down the street doing laundry or something.
They killed the boyfriend. That's why she was pissed off.
What if it was you and me? Now, I come to you as my best friend, and I ask you to give a really important message to Junior from me. He has to meet me at the Burger King. But he does something to piss you off.
Like what?
Like, he says, your mother's cooking smells.
Well, yeah, my mother's cooking does smell.
What if it was something worse? What if he came into your house and, like, cut your little sister's legs off? Would you still tell him?
Well, I'd be pissed that he cut my little sister's legs off, but I still tell him. You know, nobody has died here.
Okay, well, what if he came into your house and, like, slaughtered your entire family, blood everywhere? But I beg you, I say, Jana. And I'm, like, crying, and I got, like, a shawl on my head or something. Jana, please tell Junior to meet me at the Burger King. would do it for you no matter what.
Why do you even want to go around with a guy who cuts off little girls' legs and kills whole families for anyway?
Maybe I could find another guy if I had been here. Shh. Ugh. This is not as easy as I thought. Why is she so insecure? The female gets to have the baby. It's like a superpower.
It is a superpower. The male's gonna be hurt.
Jealous.
You know, why don't we add a few drawbacks to this whole birthing thing? Dull the shine a little bit.
That's good, that's good.
We can make it messy for one.
Oh, messy, that's good. Maybe uncomfortable.
Oh, not just uncomfortable, painful.
Oh, I like pain, but how pain? Is she gonna give herself pain? We've gotta figure out a way to implement the pain.
Okay, I think I got it. Just bear with me for a second. Let's say we have the baby grow inside of her for, say, an Earth year and then come out of a small portal in her body.
Oh! Oh, you're bad, but that's good. I like it. A small portal. That's where the pain comes in.
You betcha.
Think of twins.
I don't want to.
Well, let's give them choices. It will help with their self-confidence.
Why rules? They can do anything they want.
Now we've got it figured out. What could possibly go wrong?
Shh. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
It's been about
14 years since my last confession. So much to catch up on.
Starting in 10th grade, I cheated in math.
I made out with Mark Richard and I started a rumor about
Sissy Potts stuffing her bra.
I used a fake ID.
I cheated on my math finals, so that puts me at a 21.
Oh, that was a bad year, 21.
I hit and run an ice cream truck.
Might as well go for the gold here.
I smoked dope.
I had sex.
With a married man.
I had sex.
With a woman.
I had sex.
With a married woman.
Since then,
I lied.
I lied.
I lied a lot.
Shh. What is going on down there? It's complete chaos.
I really thought we had a good system going here.
You turn your back for a few millennia and look what happens. What's the update on the whites?
Don't ask!
Well, that male ego thing certainly took off.
Like a bat out of hell.
How are the females doing with that portal business?
They're pissed.
We really screwed up.
Cliff is gonna be so mad.
Reset button. 1, 2, Cliff! Thank you. I don't know where it went. Okay.
If I could have the finalists in informative speaking down here on contestants row. And we'll have the dramatic interpretation contestants up here on stage. There were 6 finalists in the final round of dramatic interpretation. In 6th place, from Olympia High School, Michael Bagby. In 5th place, from Southland College Prep Charter, Micah Moore. In 4th place, from Bolingbrook, Sean Michael Opoku Agyamang. In 3rd place, from Wheaton Warrenville South, Santiago Masca. Your state runner-up in dramatic interpretation, Winnie James from Belleville West. And your state champion in dramatic interpretation, Rachel Travers from Glenbard West.
He was getting, I felt horrible about myself. He was spitting and I wasn't. Anyone who was buzzing back then could have got it. Almost winning Kanye too. God, it feels like I'm going psychotic. Thank God that I didn't do it. I'd have had my ass handed to me. And I knew it, but proof isn't here to see me through it. I'm in the booth, popping another pill. Trying to talk myself into it. Are you stupid? You will start dissing people for no reason. Especially when you can't even write a decent punchline. Even you're lying to yourself. You're slowly dying, you're denying your health is declining with your self-esteem. You're crying out for help. Is anybody out there? It feels like I'm talking to myself. No one seems to know my struggle and everything I come from. Can anybody hear me? I guess I keep talking to myself. It feels like I'm going insane. Am I the one who's crazy? So why in the world do I feel so alone? Nobody but me. I'm on my own. Is there anyone out there who feels the way I feel? If there isn't, let me in, just so I know that I'm not the only one. You're no longer the man. That's a bitter pill to swallow.
And your state champion in dramatic interpretation, Rachel Travers.
It's crazy to me that we're on the map. 6 months later, and our town is still on this national map. You know, communities like ours don't just form themselves. Everybody now knows where Newtown is. But on the 13th, you didn't know where Newtown was, or that we had a flagpole, or a creamery, or a parade. You know the creamery, which is this giant dairy farm that makes their own ice cream and everything. And every time that we went, my little one just had to make the same joke. Knock, knock. Who's there? Interrupting cow! And before anyone could say anything, she would just moo so loudly. And we would all just laugh so hard. You know, where we were living, there was zero crime of any kind. A few people I worked with actually said, "You just have to live in Sandy Hook. It has the best schools, the best school districts. There's no way you couldn't love it." On December 14th, 2012, in Newtown, Connecticut, 20 students and 6 adults lost their lives in an elementary school. The Sandy Hook shooting is one of many heartbreaking stories of kids going to school and never coming home. On the 6-month anniversary of the shooting, a mother shares her version of the Sandy Hook nightmare and how her family was never the same. 26 Pebbles by Eric Ulloa. My little one had an ear infection, and so we had a 9:45 doctor's appointment just up the street. The doctor came in late and said, "I'm sorry, all of this going on at Sandy Hook." And then he kind of examined my daughter and kind of moved on. So we go to the waiting room, and I receive a phone call. I recognize it as the school. So I pick it up, and it's the superintendent. She says, "All Newtown public schools are in a lockdown due to a shoot." And I look around at the other moms in the waiting room, but it doesn't really dawn on me what was going on until one of the moms said, "It's in the school." And that's when I kind of just thought, oh my God. I have 2 daughters in that school. And so I rush and I get to Riverside Road, and there are just cars parked all over the place. And this man telling people where to go. And so I put my window down and I said, "What's going on? Where are all the kids?"
And he says they're going to the firehouse. And so I call my husband and I say, meet me in the driveway and I will pick you up and drop you off as close as I can. And so I pick him up and he runs and I just say to him, bring back both of them. And then I wait. And I wait. And I just start calling my husband. And I keep calling him and leaving him all of these messages because he's not answering. And he's not answering because something is wrong. Something is wrong because my daughters, my babies, are in the school with that thing and my husband won't answer his damn phone. And then he calls. And he says he got one of them. And he's gonna go look for the other. And so I wait. And I wait. And I wait. And then the radio says that the numbers went from a few to a handful to a dozen. And then he calls back. And he says he got both of them. The next day, my husband and I had to print out a list of names. And we bring the girls into the TV room and we sit them down and we say, some people got hurt. Some people died. Some teachers died. And then we say, Mrs. Hochsprung is gone. She didn't make it. And immediately they just start crying because they loved her so much. And then my first grader puts her hands over her ears and she says, I don't want to hear anymore, Mommy. She said that the scariest part was when the police came because they knocked on the door and she didn't know if it was the bad guy. My first grade daughter thought she was going to die in a classroom and that the bad guys were going to get her. And I just don't know what to do anymore. I really don't. You see, I am still a mother. Oh my God, I am still a mother and I don't even know what to do. I am so angry about all this gun stuff. God, I'm so angry. And it's like my eyes are just open to this kind of stuff and they're never going to be able to close again. And I never want them to. Look at them playing, doing what kids are supposed to do. That's the thing that you see in all the children, their resilience. They have so much more than any of us, right? I have to be resilient. We all do.
If I could have the finalists in special occasion speaking, join us down here in Contestants Row, and please our informative speakers up here on stage. There were 6 finalists in the final round of informative speaking. In 6th place, from Revis High School, Hannah Zuniga. In 5th place, from Hinsdale Central, Leah Bradley. In 4th place, from University High School, Emma Bottomley. In 3rd place, from Oak Lawn Community High School, Mariana Salazar. Your state runner-up in informative speaking is Marcus Bobbitt from Marion High School. And your state champion in informative speaking, Jacob Perdue from Wheaton Warrenville South.
What did you tell them? Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. Pictures came and they broke your heart. Oh, 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 oh. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-da. Shh. Ba-da-da-da-ba-da-da-ba-ba.
Your state champion in informative speaking, Jacob Perdue from Wheaton Warrenville South.
Recently, I completed my college applications. And just as recently, I decided to see a therapist. But as soon as I walked into the office, I immediately noticed their unique physical features. My therapist was incredibly tiny, comparable in size to a hockey puck. She had gleaming, almost reflective skin, and a familiar, monotonous voice. Her name? Alexa. Okay, clearly you shouldn't be trauma dumping to your Echo Dot. They still can't do my calc homework. But what if there is an AI that could listen to my struggles? Well, everyone, the future is now. And you're about to hear another informative speech on artificial intelligence. AI is becoming a regular part of our lives, and its future in mental health care is fast approaching. In fact, according to business analytic firm CB Insights, financial endorsements for technology and mental health grew over $3.5 billion in 2022 alone. But these developments raise questions. Will AI in therapy become more prevalent? If so, what does this mean for human therapists and their patients? Today, we will answer these questions by first exploring the origins of AI therapy and the reason it's being developed. Second, discussing its current presence, before finally viewing the potential implications for the future of psychological care. My Alexa is not great at listening during my darkest moments, but she is when the government is listening too. Before we tell the NSA information they already know, let's discuss AI therapy's first steps and the reason for its development. Surprisingly, AI's contributions to psychotherapy are not unique to the 21st century. The first therapy robot, Eliza, was developed in the 1960s by MIT professor Joseph Weizenbaum. Eliza's script would take keywords from a user prompt, like, "I'm depressed," and creates an open-ended response. I'm sorry, you are depressed. Well, Weizenbaum's robot wasn't alleviating depression. Eliza's technology was a milestone in the development of AI language processing. Even today, many AI therapy apps mirror Eliza's text-prompted structure. While these advancements are intriguing, the question still remains. Why is this AI being developed? The answer? Availability. The biggest issue with humans being the sole healthcare providers is a lack of, well, humans. According to the Illinois Department of Human Services, in our state alone, nearly 4.8 million residents live in what have been dubbed mental health professional shortage areas. In these regions, access to a therapist is incredibly limited. And that doesn't even include those who simply can't afford psychological care. AI therapists provide a source of psychotherapy with the push of a button. While these apps may not see the same results as in-person therapy, the ability to do something is better than nothing. Which is exactly what Alexa did for me. Nothing. Despite being unsuccessful with my home assistants, there are many examples of AI today that are making strides within the world of mental health. First, we'll explore how AI has been beneficial, and second, we'll consider the drawbacks. To start, let's examine AI's contributions to psychotherapy. One incredible example is Neo. Neo is a brilliant artificial intelligence encased in a toy robot's body. Its welcoming physical design encourages children to open up about mental health, making diagnosis of disorders significantly easier. In fact, a study done by Cambridge roboticists and psychiatrists in 2022 found that Neo outperformed the parent and self-reported methods of diagnosis that are most often used today. But let's say you need someone to talk to. With over 1 million downloads, the robot that listens to your woes, charmingly named Wobot, is a popular option. This AI therapy app uses a texting format, similar to the DMs that I slide into. Except instead of rejection, Wobot administers cognitive behavioral therapy. CBT is often considered the gold standard of psychotherapy. And despite Wobot's lack of flesh, it's proven to be quite effective. Stanford University conducted a study in 2021, and they found that participants using Wobot experienced significant reductions in prior feelings of anxiety and depression. AI therapy is easily accessible, affordable, and effective. So what are its weaknesses? One drawback is unintended bias. Dr. Adrian Aguilera, a professor at UC Berkeley, explains in his 2020 New York Times article how this bias could manifest. Let's say a user is given a suggestion on how to break a depressive state. What happens if all these suggestions are too expensive or require certain amenities? Even if this bias is accidental, when AI is designed simply with the well-off in mind, it's unable to give useful advice to the populations that need it most. AI has made waves within the field of psychology, but will it replace human therapists? And if so, what does this mean for patients? According to a survey done by Oxford economists in 2013, psychology only had a 0.43% chance of being significantly disrupted by artificial intelligence in the near future. Well, we are still in the near future, and we are far from seeing a conscious robotherapist. But AI may act as a supplement to improve mental health care. Therapy, while based on science, can lack objectivity. Enter natural language processing. As defined by the MIT Technology Review in 2021, natural language processing, or NLP, is a type of machine learning that is able to understand and analyze a conversation. While it's safe to say our therapists won't be made of metal, future psychologists may use NLP as a way to identify which exchanges are best at treating specific patients. Speaking of patients, what does AI mean for the future of clients? Well, NLP could be a great supplement to therapy. There's one resource a robot will always need in order to help: data. While many of us have heard the terrors of tech company data collection, most of us will continue to use TikTok and Instagram. The only difference is instead of reports on our doom scrolling, AI will be collecting data on very personal experiences. This wouldn't be a problem if our data were stored securely. Unfortunately, and unsurprisingly, many companies have yet to prove they are capable. According to the 2022 Fortified Security Healthcare Report, in the US, nearly 19 million medical records were leaked in the first half of 2022 alone. While AI has the potential to bring groundbreaking improvements, its development will be quickly shut down if it threatens our confidentiality. AI will continue to become a regular part of our lives. But even if we have the technology to build a conscious robotherapist, developers will also have to find ways to gain our trust. Today, we explored AI therapy's humble origins, its current presence, and both the exciting and not so therapeutic implications. No one should ever have to go through their mental health journey alone. And we may find that Alexa, Siri, or even a wee little robot could be the perfect companion along the way. Thank you.
May I have the finalists for original comedy down here in our contestants row, and up on stage our special occasion speakers. There were 7 finalists in the final round of special occasion speaking. In 7th place, from York, Andrea Alcaraz. In 6th place, from Oaklawn Community, Layla Nemri. In 5th place, from Prospect, Elise Gadsden. In 4th place, from Thornton, Isaiah Garner. Third place, Jenna Horwich from Glenbrook North. Your state runner-up in special occasion speaking from Nequa Valley, Aditi Vadakath. And your state champion from TF North, Sonia Boyd-Morris. And your state champion in special occasion speaking, Sonia Boyd-Morris.
Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. I hope you're ready for the most awkward and uncomfortable conversation of your entire life. Because today, I, an 18-year-old girl with absolutely no qualifications, will be talking to you, the PTA, and some of my fellow peers about sex. Well, more specifically, sex ed, and why teens are missing a huge chunk of important information
that could possibly change our lives. So today, let's open up our books as we discuss the reasons behind this huge lack of sex ed knowledge among teens. Then we'll set the mood, turn off those lights, turn up the tunes, while we talk about the effects a lack of proper sex ed can have on students, before finally waking up the next morning, pretending like this never happened, and discussing some solutions to our sex ed crisis. Because it makes no sense that I know that A squared plus B squared equals C squared, but I don't know how to get jiggy with it. Ew. My knowledge of sex ed consisted of my dad telling me he bought me from Walmart and some questionable websites at some questionable hours of the night. One of the main reasons teens don't know enough about sex starts at home. The core of the problem is that parents find sexual conversations to be the hardest conversations to have, says Diane Morrison, a professor of social work from the University of Washington. Parents feel uncomfortable talking about sex with their kids because of the stigma that surrounds it. When parents say things like TMI or I did not need to know that, it furthers the stigma that makes it hard to talk about sex with anyone. Dr. Wanda Johnson from the School Health Alliance says that if parents create a comfortable environment where their kid can reach out and ask questions about sex, then it's not hard to learn. Turns out, teens are actually hungry to hear this information from their parents. Amanda Holman, a professor of communication services from Carrington University, conducted a study last year which showed that teens just want sexual conversations to be treated like normal ones, not anything to feel ashamed or embarrassed about. The most vital talks about the birds and the bees happen at home. But if parents are too scared, uncomfortable, or straight up naive, then these vital talks never happen. Even though not knowing what goes on underneath the sheets doesn't seem like that big of a deal, it turns out a lack of proper sex ed can have some damaging effects on teens. Our first one is that teen pregnancies are on the rise. According to the CDC, the birth rate for women aged 15 to 19 was 58.8% last year. Additionally, the National Conference of Legislatures.org says that teen moms are more likely than their peers to drop out of high school, live in poverty, depend on public assistance, and be in poor health. I mean, I can't even afford the snacks at a speech competition. What makes you think I can afford a baby? And if we don't learn about sex from trusted adults, we learn from somewhere else. Which leads me to my second troubling effect. Teens learning about sex through corn. Pornography. The old corn hub. Corn is readily available on the internet, which can lead to some disheartening effects. The American College of Pediatrics did a study last year on boys aged 13 through 18 who were exposed to explicit content. They demonstrated their views on sex with things like showing coldness towards women, an increase in violence against sexual partners, and even considering the crime of sexual assault less serious. These videos shift sexual interest, desires, and relationships. And according to the Sage Journals in March of last year, out of the top watched videos on the internet, over 80% of them displayed a lack of consenting partners and sexual violence against women. If this is the only thing young teens have to go off of, we begin to think that this is what sex actually looks like, which is why it's up to you to educate your kids about sex, unless you want to leave it up to the scary and horrifying place we call the internet at 3 a.m. So, yes, the effects a lack of proper sex ed has on teens is a little rough, But there are solutions. A simple and easy one that can be completed through a 30-minute conversation. Parents, talk to your kids about sex. Now, I know it may seem awkward to tell little Timmy how he was born and watch as the look of innocence slowly fades away from his face. But trust me, parents, it's definitely worth it. An article written by the MayoClinic.org in March of 2020 suggests some ways you can make having sex conversations a little easier. Number 1, seize the moment. When a television show or movie brings up questions about responsible sexual behavior, use it as a springboard for discussion. Number 2, be honest. If you're uncomfortable, say so, but explain that this is an important conversation to have. And finally, number 3, be respectful and listen. Listen to your teen's questions and concerns about sex. And boom, there you go. 30 minutes and an innocent, shattering conversation later, you have become the proud parent of a sexually educated teen. Congratulations. And if you think that your teen is 100% abstinent and 100% not thinking about sex at all, then you are 100% stupid. I mean, even though I've never gotten busy in a Burger King bathroom, because I do speech. I get 0 play. But it's still important that I have this information. So the next time little Timmy looks up at you and says, "Mommy, how are babies born?" Maybe save the stork talk for another occasion and instead tell him, "Well, Timmy, my boy, when Mommy and Daddy really love each other, they get a little nasty." And he'll be better off for it. Because according to the Huffington Post, teens who talk about sex with their parents are more likely than their peers to delay sex, have fewer sexual partners, and even practice safer sex when they eventually start having it. So parents, please talk to us about sex, unless you want us out there in the world, doing it, without being able to undo it, do it. Well, I hope you all enjoyed me standing up here talking about sex for an uncomfortable amount of time in front of my mom. Hi, Mom. Today, we talked about why there's a lack of sex ed knowledge among teenagers. Then we discussed the damaging effects this can have, before finally figuring out some solutions to those scary problems before they even start. And no, Mom, you don't have to worry. I am not currently sexually active. Yet. You want to calm yourself that we can take this outside or whatever, you know? No? Okay. But it's still important that I get this information for the day that I finally am. So, let's talk about sex, baby, more often.
Will the finalists of Original Comedy join us on stage? All right, speech competitors, audience, you have been very patient, and we are on our final individual event of the evening. And there were 9 finalists in the final round of Original Comedy. In 9th place, from Glenbrook North, Andrew Burke. In 8th place, from Kewanee High School, Cooper Bates. In 7th place, from Morris, Liam Aber. In 6th place, from Fenton High School, Nathaniel Rodriguez. In 5th place, from Glenbard West, Olivia Power. In 4th place, from York, Aiden Espinoza. In 3rd place, from Thornton Fractional North, Christiana Oluwole. Your state runner-up in original comedy is Delsina Sawyer from Marion High School. And your state champion in original comedy, Fuad Zughayr from Revis High School.
Don't go back. Just finished cleaning up your room. Let's see that dust fly with that broom. Get all that garbage out of sight. Or you don't go out Friday night. Yakety yak. Don't go back. You just put on your coat and hat. Walk yourself to the laundromat. And when you finish doing that, bring in the dog and put out the cat. Yakety yak! Don't go back. You give me no dirty looks. Your father's hip, he knows what cooks. Just tell your hoodlum friend outside you ain't got time to take a ride. Yakety yak! Don't go back.
And your state champion in original comedy, Fuad Zughayr.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and those of us in between. I am very excited to announce I am launching my new murder mystery podcast. Sponsored by Uncle Rick's Rat Poison. Humans dig it, rats hate it, and it makes for the perfect killer secret ingredient. Like many stories you've seen over the years, this will contain unoriginal characters. But tonight, on my podcast, murder is on the menu. And if you pay close attention, you may learn something original. Let's meet our most liable culprit for unoriginality and main character, Fuad. Why does Fuad know so many stereotypical characters when he writes his stories? Like the basic white girl. Hi! What? Me, racist? Never. Como se dice ally? Or the typical ethnic mom who's always mixing something in a weird-shaped hand bowl. Habibi, why are you wearing tight clothing? Are you gay? And lastly, no one's favorite, Nerd Boy. Hi, I'm Nerd Boy from the planet... Your mom! Boom, roasted. So join me, if you dare, because things could go anywhere. Episode 1, the prepubescent latte lover. Hey girl, look, I got some bad news. I wasn't able to stop at Starbucks this morning and get you your latte. What the freak? But I did bring one from home instead. No, you don't get it, babe, okay? I need to have my non-fat latte with baby fetus. I saw Bella Hadid try some, and her skin literally looks like a baby's buttock. Just drink the damn latte. So the white girl begins to sip on the latte and taste something unfamiliar. Oh my God, this is hella unfamiliar. Oh no, what did I do? It's spicy in my throat. Hold this, oh my God. This is so embarrassing. Is someone recording this right now? I don't want to become irrelevant. Oh no, my mom made that latte. Fuad hurries and scurries, off in dismay. Is it possible he committed murder today? Things are getting explosive. Let's find out what happens next on episode 2, the spinning apparatus. 99999. 99999. Mama, stop mixing. No, Habibi. I've been mixing forever and I can't stop now. Look, I need to know what you put in the latte this morning. Now introducing our next sponsor for this evening. Do you love your mom? You love your mom, don't you? Love her enough to buy her the new mom spinning apparatus. She'll have a blast. Yes, I got it from Nerd Boy across the street. He also gave me this new mom spinning apparatus. I bet I look all cool and hip like the white moms, no? Mama, you're spinning too fast. What did you say? I can't hear you, Habibi. Mama, slow down. What? I can't hear you. Mama, stop. 99999. 99999. 99999. Bow! Now! Wow, that's ironic. Middle Eastern mom blows up herself and nothing else. Mama? Mama? Fuad hurries and scurries off in a run, only to find out nerd boys are no fun. Will he find out what happened to his mother? But first, in terms of sponsors, here's another. Nuts. Is your mouth ever too wet? Or too moist? Soak them up with cocktail peanuts. That is, unless you are allergic to nuts. Episode 3, who needs an EpiPen when you can have a resolution? Hey, nerd boy. Yes? You killed my mom. Whatever are you talking about? You sold her this spinning apparatus thing, and now she blew up in my kitchen? My inventions don't kill people, okay? They only make delicious treats. Do you happen to have what she was mixing? Yeah, it splattered all over me when she blew up in my kitchen. Well, let me take a lick. Wait a minute. Does this confection have peanuts? Maybe I'm allergic to peanuts. Did Fuad just kill all 3 of these characters? You know, it's funny. 3 people just died. I'm the only one here, and I still hear someone talking. Will Fuad realize that he himself is in this story? Will he break the 4th wall and meet the narrator? Who are you? Hi, I'm the narrator. I've been controlling your story. And you all just sat back and watched this happen? Don't look at them, you little fun-size Hershey's, okay? I'm the narrator. No, I'm onto you. The poisonous latte, the spinning apparatus, the nuts. Those weren't sponsors, those were murder weapons. Bravo. You figured it out. I killed them. It was the only way I could set you free from all this unoriginality. So, you were killing unoriginal characters to set me free? Hold on. Isn't the narrator an unoriginal character? Maybe. What are you saying? I'm saying, I get this now. This is my story, and I have to take control. The unoriginal narrator dies. Fuad realizes that he was in control of this story the whole time. You know, I think I'm gonna start narrating my own stories from now. Hey, Habibi, you didn't think I'd kill my mom, did you?
Adorable.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, we just have team sweepstakes to award. A few quick announcements. Your critique sheets are out there in the hallway on your way out. The electronic tab packets will be available on SpeechWire. I'm going to announce the top 5 teams. We're going to ask the top 3 teams to come forward and receive their trophy and individual medals. Well, for 5th place, there was no 5th place. In fact, there was a tie for 4th place. So with 22 points in 4th place, Hinsdale Central. Also in 4th place with 22 points, the team from Neuqua Valley. In 3rd place, and we'll ask the team to come up and get their trophy, with 28 points, Thornton Fractional North.
They've made me feel like a prisoner. They've made me feel set free. They've made me feel like a criminal. Made me feel like a king. They've lifted my heart to places I've never been. And they've dragged me down back to where I began. Words can build you up, words can break you down. Start a fire in your heart or put it out. Let my words be life. Let my words
Third place team from TF North. In second place with 33 points, the team from Oaklawn Community High School. In second place, the team from Oaklawn Community High School. And your tournament champion in first place with 34 points, Wheaton Warrenville South.
City I go, me. Shorty must have heard, got the word, I moved that D. Had it by a bladder, she like, oh, I gotta pee. Ran into a rocko in my restroom. Singer/actress in my bedroom. Got a half a ticket for a walkthrough. Everything I do is big. I talk big money, I talk big homes. I sell out arenas, I call like getting dome. $1 million voice came through the phone. We heading to the top, if you come and come on. I'm flying out the pizza just to get some pizza. Fly down to Jamaica just to roast some sex on the beach. Left love speechless. They say that money talk, tell these up, speak up. What's up?
Your IHSA state champions in team sweepstakes, Wheaton Warrenville South. Thank everybody for coming. Have a safe trip home, and we'll hopefully see you next year.